Sharkey, if you could please approach. CR 7179, the state of Texas versus Rakeem Sharkey. Attorneys, please make your announcements for the record.
James
2021 CR 4408, the State of Texas versus Michelle Barrientes Vela. Attorneys, please make your announcements for the record.
Don McLaughlin, State.
Oscar Salinas for the State of Texas.
Jason Goss for the defendant.
Jasmine O'Keefe for the defendant.
Ms. Barrientes Vela, tell me your name for the record.
Michelle Barrientes Vela.
All right, thank you. We are here for the start of the defense punishment evidence. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How many witnesses do you have here in the courtroom? Ready to go.
5.
If they can all come up, please. I'm going to swear them in all together. And tell me who you're going to call first.
Richard James.
Richard James?
Yes. Please inform the line.
Good morning. If all of you could please raise your right hand. Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and tell me your full name for the record. Tell me your name.
Alexandria Georgina Milan.
Okay, sir.
Richard Flake James Jr.
Okay.
Anthony Joseph Muniz.
Norma Villarreal.
Stephen Morlock.
Okay, so the rule has been invoked in this trial, so what that means is that you're not allowed to be present in the courtroom. It also says that you all cannot talk about what your testimony is up here. So there's also a written order with regards to the live stream. Did you give them a copy of that order?
Your Honor, I was going to address that with the court, just to let the court know that some of our witnesses did see the live stream with guilt innocence aspect. We didn't know they would be witnesses at the time, so I didn't identify that we would be able to give them that order. And however, I think most of the stuff.
But you're talking about the state's case. They're not going to testify about the state's case, right?
Right. They're going to be talking about mostly about their relationship. It may overlap with some of the things because 2 of our witnesses were employees at the Bexar County Constable's office. But in talking to them, I do not believe that whatever you're hearing is going to somehow be affected. But I did want to let the court know that before they knew they were going to be witnesses, or we did, that they were watching the live stream, and I think had no reason not to. Additionally, I think that's more important for a jury rather than a judge, in the sense that when you're listening to their evidence, you'll be able to judge where that's coming from.
Yes, they has no objection to any of the witnesses if they saw a live stream in any way.
Okay. All right.
Additionally, Judge, I know that there's been some family members that have been present in the courtroom. If the defense wishes to call them in punishment, we won't object, even though the rule had been invoked. Let them call family members.
Okay. Well, thank you. Mr. James, I think you're first.
Yes, ma'am.
So you can go ahead and have a seat here on the witness stand, and the rest of you can wait in the witness room. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. J-A-S.
Attorneys, Mr. James is hard of hearing, so please speak into your microphone when you ask him questions. Go ahead, Mr. Goss, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. James, could you please introduce yourself to the judge?
Yes, sir. My name is Richard Flint James Jr.
And I'd like to get a little background, your personal background.
Okay.
Can you tell us what career did you spend most of your career?
Most of my career for the first 42 years, of course, graduate high school, and then I went into the military at 18 and stayed there for 23 years. So I retired as an Army sergeant and as a clinical psychologist and social worker.
All right. And then I guess after you retired from the military, you said you were a clinical psychologist, social worker. That was your job in the military?
Yes, sir.
And after you did that, did you make a career change, or what did you change?
Well, a little bit of a career change. I went to, from there, I got hired at Goodwill Industries as an evaluator to process underemployed people to help them find jobs, assess their abilities and not only their physical abilities, but their intellectual abilities to try to help them find jobs. I did that for about 4 years. And then I left there and went to the Bexar County Sheriff's Office, where I worked for 4 years as an administrator. And then I left there and went to San Antonio College, where I was an administrator and developed programs for the college. And then I saw the Law Enforcement Training Academy Center there, and I said, let me go try that. So around 1992, I went to the Law Enforcement Training Academy at San Antonio College and became a police officer. So I've been a police officer now for 28 years.
All right. And so, can you tell us where you started?
As a police officer?
Yes.
I started with the Dilley Police Department.
All right. And how long were you there?
I was there about 4 years.
And then where did you go from
I
there?
went to Somerset Police Department, and I stayed there off and on for, 16 years, something like that. I became a lieutenant. I was a sergeant. I was a chief of police there twice.
All right. So you've been chief of police at Somerset.
Yes, sir.
Have you worked anywhere else in law enforcement?
I have. I worked for for Bexar County Constable's Office, Precinct 2, and I worked also for the Frio County Sheriff's Department for 4 years.
So, Mr. James, I'd like to talk about, the reason we're here today is you know my client, Michelle Barrientes Vela.
Yes, sir, I do know her.
Can you tell the court how you know her?
I first met, I'm going to refer to her as Michelle. I normally don't do that. I first met her when I was teaching at the police academy, and I was substituting a class in report writing, and on police report writing, and she came to my attention simply because of the way she was acting in class, and the way she was acting, and she was helping other people. Some of the police officers were having a hard time understanding the basic concepts of writing, of report writing, subject, verb, stuff like that. And I noticed she was helping them, talking to them during breaks and stuff like that, and going over their reports. And I said, "What are you doing?" She said, "Well, I'm helping them write some of these reports." And she told me she had a background in it and stuff like that. So that's when I first became aware of her and noticed her, and that was around, I don't remember, 2007, 2008, something like that.
And I guess when is the next time that you came in contact with her?
That was several years later. I was the chief of police at that time, and I was chief of police in Somerset, and she came to me and said, "Look, I want a police position." I said, "The only thing I have is patrol officer, if you're interested in that, and the only other position I have is working at nighttime." She wanted to be a volunteer police officer, and we required them to put in 32 hours a month. I asked her if she could do that. She said yes, and she said, "Well, I like to work on Friday or Saturday night," and I was shocked by that, because normally people don't volunteer for stuff like that. And I said, "Absolutely, but I have to put you through an FTO program," which is, in police jargon, that's field training position, to teach them the city, the computer system, where to file, if you arrest somebody, where to file it here in Bexar County. And she said, "Yeah, I'll do that." So I put her on a 6-month program on field training officer. That's the second time I came in contact with her.
So, when she was working with you, for you at Somerset, were you able to observe her work ethic and what kind of officer she was?
I was, absolutely. I probably shouldn't say this, but when she first got there, I was a little bit concerned. She's kind of small. She got a real soft voice. And I said, "Okay, let me see what I can do." So we ended up having that weekend a bike rodeo. And at that time, I needed some officers, so I called all the officers in and said, "I need somebody to volunteer to work for the bike rodeo." It was a bike rodeo for intellectually disabled kids and autistic kids. And I said, we set up the rodeo, about 5 stations in there. And she said, "I'll volunteer to do it." So I said, "Okay, let's go." So I had a briefing of what they were going to do, and I said, "Let me play around with her a little bit." going way beyond what I should be saying. I said, I said this to myself, I'm going to put her in charge of all these guys. There was about 10 or 11 guys out there, males rather, police officers. I'm going to put her in charge. She's only been there about 2 weeks at that time. So I called her over and said, I'm going to put you in charge of this bike rodeo. And here's the stations, here's the diagram, here's what's expected of you, here's what I expect you to do. Would you be willing to do this? Now, that really, I was just being polite because she was going to do it, you know. That was just a request, polite request. She said, oh, yeah, I'll be glad to do it. So I told her what to do. I showed her the diagram, you know, safety procedures, make sure they had helmets, all the kids had helmets and stuff like that. And then I called the guys over, all the male officers, and I said, I'm going to put Officer, we called her Barrientes, Officer Barrientes at that time, and she's going to be in charge. And so just do what she tells you to do, the way she tells you to do it without argument, hesitation, or discussion. That's just a favorite line of mine. And a couple of guys came over to me and said, Chief, that's unfair. I have seniority over her. I said, I don't care. I'm putting her in charge anyway. I want to see how she operates and see how she behaves. So just go along with the program, do what she tells you to do, and don't give her a hard time. So she went over there and gave them a briefing, and just the most solid voice she could give them, you know, and it wasn't authoritarian, but it was just very honest, straightforward voice. I said, oh, God, I'm going to like this woman. And so she took charge of that, and that's where
Did you find that she did a good job when she was working for you?
I've known her for, 10 years now or something like that. I've always found that she does a good job. I've never had any problem with her job, either as where she worked for me or when I worked for her.
So I want to move over to that. I guess after she worked for you in Somerset, was there a time that she became elected constable in Precinct 2?
Was there what?
Was there a time that she became elected constable in Precinct 2?
There was.
And then we kind of, you alluded to it, but then at some point you went over and you actually were working in Precinct 2 under her.
That's right.
So tell us how that happened.
Well, I was a Frio County deputy at that time, and I wanted to be a little bit closer to home, and I knew she had become a constable. I called her up, so I said, look, can I come and interview with you and get her job? And she said, absolutely. So this was, I don't remember the year, 2017? I'm only guessing. I don't remember the year. And she said, yeah, come over and interview. So she interviewed me and said, here's what you're going to do. I need you to be a training officer, because I worked for 30 years at the police academy. And, you know, I knew the administration of training. I knew TCO requirement. TCO is our regulatory agency. And I knew what their requirements were. And I said, I'll be glad to come over. But it required me to be full-time. And I didn't want a full-time job. I wanted to be a volunteer, which only required me to work 8 hours a week. And she said, well, I'd still like you to become an assistant administrator. I'm going to promote you to chief so that you'll only answer to me, which meant 2 stars. She had 4 stars. The chief deputy had 3, and she gave me 2 and said, you're only going to be accountable to me. You're not going to be in the chain of command. You're going to run the training program and make sure that all the officers get the required mandatory training. And so...
Did you feel like, by her bringing you on, that it was important that her officers and deputies there received good training?
Oh, that was an absolute requirement of hers. It was almost mandated by her. She wanted all the officers to get all the training that they could. She wanted to go through a good FTO program to learn the requirements of the department, learn the requirements of their job, because we had several different categories in the constable's office where they would either serve warrants, that's a county warrants, or they would serve civil process such as attachments, well, we didn't serve sequestration, but attachments, evictions, things like that. So she wanted them trained in all those areas and asked me to put together a program to get them to do that.
Were you aware of changes that she was trying to implement from the previous administration?
I'm absolutely aware of it. And this is my personal opinion, if I can give an opinion. When I walked into that department a month after she got there or so, something like that, it was a horrible department. Now, I don't want to, some of those people that are my friends, and so I don't want to mention their names, but the environment was condescending, it was sarcastic. One deputy would make another a brand new deputy come in, and he would make him bow down and kiss his shoes. You know, it's just stuff like that. And she said, this has got to change. I need to change the culture. But these guys are being stubborn and hard-headed. And I think that's my words, not her words, but they're similar to that. And I need to change this culture. More professional, make it more ethical. Better communications, less condescension and sarcasm among the officers. They were coming in to patrol, to go to patrol meetings at 8 o'clock, but they would spend an hour and a half there instead of going out and serving processes. She said, that's going to stop. They were getting haircuts on duty. She said, that's going to stop. They were taking an hour and a half for lunch. That's going to stop. They're coming in at 3 o'clock instead of serving processes till 5 or almost 5 o'clock. She said, that's going to stop. And I need to just, let them know that this culture is going to change and that's going to stop.
Did you find that she got pushback from
She got a lot of pushback from it. A lot of pushback, especially from not the new officers she was bringing in, because she could set the culture with them. The old officers were a lot of pushback. She's young. She doesn't know what she's doing. She's never been accountable before, and they thought they could roll over, but they couldn't roll over. But they fought. Some of them left. She'd confront them on their behavior. Confronted one woman because she had something she had did, and the woman left the next day. And when I mean confrontation, it wasn't an ugly confrontation. It was just honest, straightforward. This is what I expect of you. This is what I'm going to get. And they just didn't like it. And that's my opinion.
So, as far as from what you were able to observe, the people who were giving her pushback, what was your feeling about why that was happening?
Well, if I can be a little personal here, I have 4 daughters. They're well educated, been to college, certifications since, all kinds of areas. And they would go into their jobs, and the first thing they would get is guys not wanting to do what my daughters would. I have 4 daughters. They'd fight them at everything. They'd want to call them by first name. They'd want to refer to them as honey. Things along that line. And if I understand your question, I think they did it because she's a woman. That's my opinion.
And that's based on your opinion and your observation?
Based on my observations. But
so let me ask you, as a supervisor, somebody who's been a police chief, as somebody who's been responsible for the supervision of others, is it difficult as a supervisor when you have people who are intentionally pushing back and intentionally trying to, gum up the works when you're trying to make changes in policy?
To gum up the works?
Yeah, pushing back and all that.
I think that's true. I think, I think they just didn't want to change the culture. They wanted to keep doing what they wanted to do, and she said, you're not going to do it. They never did physical fitness. She said, we're going to do physical fitness. She tried to develop a culture of cohesiveness, good, honest, straightforward communications without criticisms. Do your job, learn your job, and, I think they just didn't want to change the culture. Again, that's my opinion.
And so from the time that you got in there, did you in fact participate in training modules and other training programs with the deputies?
Absolutely. She asked me, Michelle asked me, to look at the training records, find out what kind of training they need. One of her positions was, I want to make everybody an advanced police officer as quick as we can possibly make them. So let's get them train them in all those positions to get advanced certification, which we now call, used to be advanced license. intermediate, advanced, and master's license as quickly as we possibly can. So set up programs, find out who needs them, and we'll get them in there. She also set up an FTO program for mental health, and she asked me to put together a program on all the mental health facilities, the juvenile facility, Bexar County Sheriff's Office, booking process, put a program and teach all the new officers that come in where all these agencies are, what are the paperwork that they need to fill out, what's the quickest way to get there, things along that line.
And so ultimately, your time working for Michelle, everybody's human, but did you feel like she was trying to do the best job she could as constable?
It wasn't a feeling. I know it. I know she was trying to do the best job and get the best out of every officer that she could.
Now, I want to talk about, we've heard talk about uniforms, or especially with De La Cerda and Moreno. Were you aware of what kind of the uniform policy was, or did you have any observations about that particular uniform or the shirt that they wore when they were court security?
We had several different sections, or Michelle had several different sections in the constable's office. The patrol officers would come in and they would dress one way. They would dress more tactical when they went out to serve warrants or when they went out to do traffic. The officers who went and served processes, different processes such as evictions, along that line, well, they dress a little bit more casual. Some of the officers would come in, De La Cerda, you mentioned him, he would come in sometimes in just real relaxed pants and a pullover shirt that said constable on the back of it with his name on it. So there were several different uniforms. For instance, the patrol officers would wear white caps, which none of the other officers wore. So they had several different uniforms, just like many agencies have different uniforms they wear depending on the kind of job they're doing.
Well, and I want to talk about Officer, I guess Deputy Moreno specifically.
Okay.
Were you made aware at some point that there was an investigation about whether Deputy Moreno committed perjury?
Yeah, I became aware of it one day, yes.
And from your observations, and from you being there, who was the person put in charge of that investigation?
I'm not sure if the word put in charge is right. I know who was conducting the investigation.
Who is that?
That was Mark Garcia.
All right. And at some point, were you, as the person she relied on for training and for institutional knowledge and for police officer knowledge, at some point did she ask you to go and help him to see, I guess, what he was doing or if he was doing it correctly?
Yeah, myself and officer and the chief deputy Castillo were in her office talking to her one day. Mark came into the office and said, I want to go forward with these charges, and he had a whole stack of paper like this. And I didn't really know what he was talking about because I hadn't paid that much attention. I just knew an investigation was going on, or they were looking into it, not that there was an investigation. And he said, I want to go forward with these charges. And so I said, putting my nose in the business there, even though I'm just sitting there, what charges are you talking about? These charges against Moreno. And I said, well, let me take a look at him. He said, no, I don't need anybody to take a look at him. I said, well, you ought to let somebody look at him because I'm not aware of him. And the constable said, well, let James look at him. And he said, no, I got this. I don't need anybody to look at him. And I said, look, you better be very careful with this. And then Castillo, that's Chief Deputy Castillo, jumped in and said, no, somebody needs to look at that. And he said, no, I got this. And he walked out. Michelle said, go and talk to him some more. And so we went into his office, and I said, look, let me take a look at this paperwork. Do not get a warrant on this and, file it at large. Let the DA look at it. and see if it's good to go forward with. Because the DA, in my experience, because I filed a lot of cases with the DA's office, is they don't like us to go on and get warrants. So file the thing at large, let them take a look at it, and they'll let them get the warrant. He said, "Oh, I got this. It's okay." That night, or a couple of nights later, because I wasn't a full-time officer there. I only worked about 8 hours a week there, so I wasn't there all the time. And sometimes I'd stay there longer because I do training, so I'd be there, 24 hours a week. And I saw it on radio. What the heck is this? And I was more dramatic than that. I was at home. I got angry. What the heck is going on? I called up, I think it was the chief deputy. I said, "What the heck is going on? What is this about him arresting Moreno?" He said, "I don't know. I wasn't aware of it." I said, "That's stupid. We're going to get in trouble for that." That's when I first became aware of it.
There was also, I guess, some discussion about,
I can't hear you, sir.
yeah, I'm sorry. There was also some discussion about, I guess, warrants or process serving. Was it your observation that Michelle wanted the deputies to serve process and to serve warrants and to do the job that they were supposed to do?
But she wanted them to do it?
Right.
Absolutely, she wanted to do it. Matter of fact, on one occasion, when they were on that occasion where I told you they weren't going out, they were after patrol meetings or roll call. I'm calling patrol meeting. After roll call, they would hang around the office for an hour and 15 minutes, just jaw jacking. She said, "No, it's going to stop. Get out and serve the processes." Or they would come in early at 3:15 instead of staying out serving all the processes. We were getting behind. I'm going to say we. I mean, I wasn't any part of this, but the constable's office was getting behind on serving the process. And at one point, I think she had mentioned that there were 135 processes that needed to be served, and they're coming in early. She said, "This is going to stop. I need you to get out and serve these processes instead of coming early. So I want you to start coming in not earlier than 4:30 and get your paperwork, your 501s. That's just jargon for, I wasn't able to serve a process, so I have to do it another way." And she said, "You're going to stay out. Get out of here, go serve the process, and keep serving until around 4:30.
And yeah, when you say come in, what you're talking about is from the field.
From the
When
field.
you're out there, don't come back to this office until 4:30. Stay out there and serve process.
Serve process. As I remember it, at one point she had told them, go out the furthest out and work yourself inward toward 5 o'clock. So go out as far with the process you have and work yourself back toward the department and continue to serve these processes. That's the way I remember it, her conversation.
As far as De La Cerda in particular, were you able to observe whether or not he was oppositional at that time in the office?
I would say he's oppositional, but in a passive-aggressive way. In other words, he just did things through other people. He didn't really come out and do things himself. He'd use other people to do it. So, yeah, I'd say he's oppositional.
Was he a difficult employee?
Only because he'd constantly, yes sir, yes ma'am, yes sir, yes ma'am, yes sir, yes, and then wouldn't get it done. So that's part of that oppositional way he behaved. I mean, I worked there for 2.5 years, and I don't think I ever had one conversation with him because he just didn't want to communicate with me. But it's okay because I wasn't, in a position to have to communicate. However, when Michelle was going to move De La Cerda and Moreno into court security, she said, "I want you to look up their record and see if they take them to court security class." And so I looked up the record. I came back, said, no, they haven't taken the court security class. She said, well, before I put them out there, I'm going to put them through the court security class. Can you put that class together? I said, yes, ma'am, I can do that. So I went out and said, look, the constables asked me to put together a court security class. It's an 8-hour class. We're going to have a lot of scenarios. I need Moreno and De La Cerda and another officer. I think it was Ford and somebody else, but I don't remember exactly who it was. And I said, God, I'm going to have problems with these guys, because, they may be angry at her, but they're going to take it out on me. That was my position. So I went in there, straightened up my back, got my training voice on, and started lecturing them and putting them through the scenarios. And they were just quite cooperative. I mean, they did a good job. They wrote evaluations on me. They said, they're going to hang me on these evaluations. I really did believe that. But I got all 5s. 5's the maximum you can get on an evaluation. They gave me all 5s. They praised the good work I did. So that's the only other contact I ever had with him. And I was surprised and I was just surprised.
Sure, and what it sounds like is that you, from where you sit, you're willing to testify that they were good with you and that they cooperated with you.
Oh, absolutely. I have nothing bad to say about Moreno. De La Cerda I had nothing to do with. Moreno, he was very cordial and polite with me for the whole 3.5 years I was there.
And I think in your testimony can be seen in that light, that you're willing to do that when you feel it's appropriate. And I think ultimately, to wrap it all up, and as I said, nobody's perfect, but in your time that you spent either with her working for you or you working for her, what was your impression of Michelle Barrientes Vela?
She's a likable person. I consider her a friend. I consider her husband a friend. I consider her children a friend. I know all of them. I spent time with them. I've been to lunch with them. If I was to become a chief of police again and she was to get her license back, I would hire her. I can't put it any other way.
Thank you, Mr. James. We'll pass the witness.
So the TCO portal, can you explain to the court what that is?
Well, I don't know what the word portal means, but
So, as the person that was in charge of basically
you have to speak up a little bit.
as a person that was in charge of submitting hours for deputies to TCO, how would you go about doing that?
Well, I wasn't allowed to submit hours. What we do is give training, say a 24-hour class. They'd have to meet, TCO has certain requirements, certain objectives they have to meet. They have to take tests or they have to do some sort of scenarios. If they meet that, those performance objectives and learning objectives, then we give them a test. Once they pass the test, then I would submit the paperwork to Constable Barrientes, and she would then put it into TCLADs. TCLAD that was submitted to TCO, and they would award the hours, and the constable would award a certificate.
Okay, so once you gave the documentation to Constable Vela, you had no other dealings with that?
I had no other dealings with it.
Could you explain to the court the ranking of each individual that was within the administration?
Well, the constable was the chief administrator of the agency, and then she had a chief deputy who was under her, who just followed her direction, did what she wanted them to do. Then they had a captain, a lieutenant, several sergeants, and several corporals.
Okay, so let's go break it down. So at the very top is Constable Vela.
Yes.
Her chief deputy is who?
At that time, it was Moreno.
Okay. After Moreno is no longer her chief deputy, who is it?
Castillo.
So Anthony Castillo?
Anthony Castillo.
Okay, so under Anthony Castillo, who are the people that are subordinates?
The captains, lieutenants, sergeants, and corporals.
Okay, and where were you in that ranking system?
I wasn't in that ranking system. I was not in chain of command. If I could put up my hands, and here's the constable's office right here. Here's the chain. Down here was the chief deputy. Then they spread out another line. They had the sergeants. and corporals for the different departments, such as warrants, writs of not sequestration, but writs of possession, and so on and so forth down there, and her administrative staff. Now go back up to the constable. I was off to the side in a separate little block where only accounted to her. I was not in the chain of command. I didn't supervise anybody.
Okay, so just to clarify that, you had no people that you supervised,
None.
and you were not supervised by anyone but the constable?
But the constable.
Okay. So we talked briefly about when Mark Garcia is presenting his investigation.
Could you raise that up just a little bit, sir? I am really sorry. I cannot hear you.
You talked about how
Okay.
at some point Mark Garcia is presenting his investigation. And what was that investigation about?
Well, the best I understood it was about an EEOC complaint.
And who was that EEOC complaint against?
I don't know.
So you don't know that it was the EEOC complaint was against Constable Vela?
I don't think it was against Constable Vela. I think it was against Moreno.
Okay.
But I'm not sure. I did not get involved in that way.
Okay, but you are present for the discussion that Mark Garcia has. It says that he wants to go further on in this investigation?
Yes.
Who was present?
Myself, Anthony Castillo, and the constable. We were in her office when he walked in.
So the constable is present, you're present, and the chief deputy, Anthony Castillo, who essentially, Chief Castillo is number 2 in the organization,
That's correct.
and number 1 in the organization is Constable Vela.
That's correct.
And you and Chief Castillo are advising Mark Garcia that he should not walk this warrant.
Well, he wasn't going to walk the warrant at that time. I just told him, don't get a warrant.
Okay. You told him don't get a
I'm the
warrant.
one that brought up the idea of the warrant. He wanted to go forward with these charges. And I may be speaking out of turn. I don't know that the constable even knew he was going that far with that. I knew I didn't know, and from what I could tell, Castillo didn't know until he walked in the office and said, I've got these charges.
Your Honor, Mayor Coach,
Yes, sir.
I need to go through these. And during this,
Wow. Looks like the paperwork.
You might be some Greg, I need to go to the bathroom.
Oh, yes. Okay, we'll be in recess for 10 minutes.
You want me to stay here, Your Honor?
If you have to go to the bathroom, you can step down and go.
I'm
Yeah.
on diagram.
Mr. Salinas, I believe you were still cross-examining.
Yes, Judge, and can I have the last question I was on?
I don't remember it, sir.
Hang on.
Oh, I
I was
see.
asking David. What's the last question I was on, please?
We had asked to get the exhibits.
Oh, yes. Okay, that's right. So also present in the room was Constable Vela.
That's correct. You're talking about when Garcia walked into her office?
Correct. And present in the room were Constable Vela, yourself, Chief Deputy Castillo, and Mark Garcia. What is Constable Vela saying?
Well, I don't remember exactly what she was saying. I think he came in there and said, I've got this paperwork and I'm ready to go forward with it.
And what you know is that Mark Garcia is ready to go forward on a case of perjury against one of your own deputies, which is Deputy Moreno.
That's the way I understood it. I
Okay.
can't say for sure.
And what you know is that it was over an EEOC complaint.
I don't know that. That's it. I think that's what it was about.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit number 97.
Okay, what is this?
Have you ever seen this document?
I don't think I've ever seen this before. No, I've never seen this before.
Can you let the court know what date this is?
March 18, 2019.
Okay. And is that an affidavit? What's the title of the document?
EEOC complaint charge of discrimination, retaliation,
Wait, what else?
Constable Barrientes Vela,
Okay.
sworn affidavit, yes, okay.
Okay. And this document is a sworn affidavit from Constable Vela about the EEOC complaint that was filed against her by Deputy Moreno.
It was filed against her?
Against her by Deputy Moreno, yes.
Well, I don't know anything about that. I'm sorry, I don't mean to sound that sarcastic or condescending. I don't know anything about that.
But at this time, the only thing that you know in that meeting is that Mark Garcia is doing an investigation. That investigation is against a deputy in your administration or in Constable Vela's administration, and that it is regarding perjury, an EEOC complaint, but you don't know anything more than that.
That I don't know anything about that.
But at some point later, you find out, and I think you testified that you found out on the news that Deputy Moreno actually had, in fact, been arrested.
That's correct.
Did you ever see any documentation leading or regarding that arrest?
I never saw any documentation regarding the arrest.
So you never read the arrest warrant affidavit?
I don't recall ever reading an arrest warrant affidavit.
Did you ever speak to Constable Vela about what happened?
Only that I was surprised that it happened, and then I wanted to know.
And what did she say?
Well, I can't remember what I said. Okay. What the hell is going on here? What is this about? Why is Moreno being arrested? You know, he was told not to get a warrant, and he wasn't really told. I wasn't in a position to tell him. I just suggest don't get a warrant based on my experience with the prosecution's office. And when I go get a warrant, prosecutor's office would, why'd you do that? You know, just file the case at large and we'll get the warrant. And I told him that, you know, don't do that. So
Okay,
that's
so
why I was upset about it.
So let's take a few steps back. So you said that essentially the second in command is
Castillo.
Chief Deputy Castillo.
That's correct.
Right. And so Chief Deputy Castillo is telling Mark Garcia, go take it to the DA's office, don't get a warrant, do all that, right?
As I remember, that's correct. We both said the same
In
thing.
that room, who is the only person that would outrank Chief Deputy Castillo?
Well, at that point, we were where that emphatic statement took place, me and Castillo had already moved to the captain's office. Constable wasn't in there at that time.
You just testified that...
No, sir, that's not what I testified. What I testified to is when we were all three in her office, and he said he had that conversation only lasted a couple minutes at the most. Then he walked out, and that's when the constable said, go talk to him and find out what's going on here, and tell him you want to read that paperwork. So we had moved out of there and went into the captain's office, and that's when we made those emphatic statements to him. The constable wasn't present at that time.
So your testimony is now that when the statement
I'm not changing anything,
I'm not saying
sir.
you're changing, I'm clarifying it.
Okay.
So to clarify your testimony, it is that at some point, all four of you are in Constable Vela's office. There's a discussion about pursuing a perjury case and EEOC complaint against one of your own deputies. And then Mark Garcia leaves the room. You and Chief Deputy Castillo follow him to his office?
That's correct. Into the captain's office.
Okay, into Mark Garcia's
Mark
office.
Garcia's office.
That statement is then told to him to not walk a warrant.
That's right.
Okay, and that statement is told to him
But
by
it
Chief
was
Deputy
more
Castillo.
suggestion than the
Hang
statement.
on, let him answer let him ask you the question.
Okay.
And then wait and then answer.
Okay.
My apologies.
My apologies, Judge.
Go ahead, Mr. Salinas.
And so when you, Mark Garcia and Chief Deputy Castillo are in Mark Garcia's office, that is when Chief Deputy Castillo makes the statement of take it to the DA's office, don't walk the warrant.
While at large, don't get a warrant. We didn't. I don't think the word expression "walk a warrant" was mentioned. I think it was just "don't get a warrant."
And so, as in part of the constable's office, the only person that would have been able to overrule or outrank Chief Deputy Castillo is who?
Of course, the constable.
Okay. Were you aware that Deputy Moreno was arrested on April 30th?
I don't remember the exact date, but I became aware he was arrested, and I saw it on TV.
Had you ever been involved or present or witnessed briefings?
I was a reserve officer. I didn't attend a lot of meetings. If I attended an administrative meeting, it was very rare. I attended no patrol meetings at all, ever. And so I didn't attend a lot of administrative meetings.
Were you aware that on April 30th there was a briefing about the execution of the arrest warrant of Deputy Moreno?
By who?
That there was a briefing at the constable's office?
I was not aware of that.
So you were not aware that Constable Vela was present for that briefing?
I am not aware of that. I did not know that. Sorry.
So and I think you mentioned, you testified that you have been a chief of police twice,
Yes.
and that was for Somerset,
For Somerset Police Department, yes, sir.
and Somerset's here in Bear County. Is that
It
correct?
is in Bear County, South Bear County.
Okay. So you're very much aware of the proper use of government resources, the proper use of agency resources?
I am.
And as a member of the constable's office, precinct 2, did you all have a traffic unit?
We did have a traffic unit.
And what was the purpose and duties of the traffic unit?
To go out and find violators of traffic laws, but they would also make other calls as well, but mostly to enforce traffic. I don't think that unit stayed open very long because at one time, and I'm just trying to remember because I wasn't really part of it, but one of the things that Bexar County took away a lot of our cars and took away half of our deputies at one time, not just precinct 2, but throughout the whole county. And so those officers had to be moved into other sections. So I think for a while the traffic unit was for the most part disbanded.
So while the traffic unit was active, how many deputies were assigned to that unit?
Well, it all depends on how many deputies we had in the department. If we had about 25 deputies, then I'd say maybe 3, 4.
Okay. And if you had more deputies, would there be more members assigned to the traffic unit?
I think the most important thing in the constable's department was serving processes and getting those processes served. I don't know that any more would be added to traffic. My personal opinion, get rid of traffic in the constable's office, leave that up to the sheriff's department, municipal police department, and let's serve processes. So that's my opinion. Now, we did have a traffic unit, but I don't think it was there all the time.
Okay. And do you think that if someone were to pull off, let's say, the head of an agency, were to call the entire traffic unit out to a personal call of their own, would you consider that a waste or a misuse of government resources?
I don't understand the question. A personal call?
Okay, yes. So what has been testified to is that the constable's son was accused of shoplifting in a family dollar.
Okay.
As a result of that, are you aware of this?
I'm aware of it after the fact.
Okay, do you think, what happened then in your knowledge?
From what I understand, that one of her sons was accused of shoplifting at I don't know, a Dollar General or something. I don't remember what it was. And she happened to be close by. Now, I'm just repeating hearsay, things that I was told. And that she happened to be close by. She went over there, I think, as I remember. And that's about it.
Okay,
I don't know of
do
any.
you not know the part where she called the entire traffic unit to stand inside the family dollar?
But I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
I hadn't heard
If
that.
that was testified to, that she called the entire traffic unit to be present inside the family dollar, do you think that that would be a misuse of government resources?
I think it should have been a responsibility of San Antonio Police Department. Misuse of resources. We have a responsibility to enforce the law just like anybody else in our jurisdiction. If it took the constable's office to investigate that, that's fine. However, personally, I think I would have left it up to San Antonio Police Department if that's where it happened. And calling our resources, if I was the chief of police, I would opt out of it. If my son got caught, I'd let the sheriff's department handle it.
If your son was accused, or her daughter was accused of shoplifting, and you were chief of police at Somerset,
And he did it
you
in
would call the entire traffic unit to then go
I would not.
be
I
present
would
in the
no,
family?
no, I wouldn't do that. I
Why
wouldn't.
would you not do that?
I think it'd be a conflict of interest. I think it would look bad to the citizens, that I'm getting myself involved in one of my children's affairs like that. I think they'd see that I was trying to be, protect them in some way. So I don't think I would do that. Well, I'm
Knowing
absolutely
that she
sure.
did something like that, does that change your opinion about whether you would hire her?
No, it wouldn't change my opinion. I mean, it was a bad decision. I think it's a decision that could be corrected and made whole again, and it probably wouldn't happen again. I would not change my mind.
So we talked about the functions of the constable's office, and what you testified to, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the primary function should be to serve process?
I think that's true. Let's serve process. So lead traffic up to Bexar County, lead traffic up to the city of San Antonio, or whatever jurisdiction we happen to be in. But that's just my opinion. I mean, every constable's department has a traffic division throughout the state. Almost every single one of them have a traffic division.
What about investigating criminal offenses?
I have no problem with investigating criminal offenses in our jurisdiction.
Okay. And were you aware of an investigation that was done into Leo Moreno prior to the perjury investigation?
You have to give me more information on that.
About TCO hours.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. What's your knowledge about that?
My knowledge is that he had submitted some hours that had to do with, as I remember, physical fitness hours, and he submitted a TCO on himself, and okay. Can I keep talking? He submitted some hours on himself for I think it was physical fitness hours, and as I remember. What you're required to do is have a certified instructor of some sort.
Sorry, Judge.
Go ahead, sir.
Have a certified instructor teach that course. Have a lesson plan made up. Have learning objective made up, and have a test made up on those hours, on that training. That's an absolutely mandated requirement from our regulatory agency, which is TCO. That was not in the file. There was nothing in the file other than hours were submitted to TCO for that training. And so that's a violation of TCO rule.
And you're aware that that case was filed at large?
I don't think that case was ever filed. It was submitted to TCO. It was investigated by TCO. The TCO investigators then, this is the way I understand it, who was going to investigate that was moved to another agency at TCO. And so he said, if you want to file those charges, file them with your agency and file them with the prosecution's office. I don't think that ever went forward. I'm not sure, but I don't think it ever went forward.
So, so going back to the arrest of Leo Moreno for the aggravated perjury case, which was a result of the EEOC complaint. You see on the news that he's been arrested, and you subsequently find out that the case was dismissed by the Bexar County District Attorney's Office. Is that correct?
I don't think I followed it that far, but yeah, I guess it was dismissed. Yeah, it was dismissed.
Did you ever have a conversation with Constable Vela about what happened?
I don't. The only conversation I ever had with her about it is I remember that I just didn't like the process the way it ran. I didn't like the fact he was arrested like that. I just totally disagreed with that, and I made it known I did not like that.
On Easter Sunday at Rodriguez Park, were you present that day?
I was.
What were you doing there that day?
Just my wife and grandkids were there attending a Easter egg hunt that Michelle and her family had put on.
And where did they put it on at?
What did they put at Rodriguez Park?
In one of the pavilions?
In one of the pavilions, yes.
Did you all have to move?
I was not there when any moves were made. When I got there, it was already set up. Her husband had already set up a barbecue pit, and I don't ever remember moving.
What day were you invited to the Easter egg hunt?
Oh God, I don't remember.
Well, was it an invitation that you were told, hey, tomorrow we've got an Easter egg hunt, or was it something that, hey, next week we've got an Easter egg hunt?
I don't remember that, but I know I was invited and told to bring my wife and grandkids. So my wife and grandkids and I went out there.
So you testified that I think it was the prior administration. It was your personal opinion that it was in disarray, there was a lack of respect in the administration?
I did say that, yes.
Were you present during the search warrant that was executed by Texas Rangers and FBI?
I was.
Can you explain to the court how that day went for you?
For me?
Yes.
Oh, I walked in there totally surprised. I parked in front. I saw all these vans out there, and I'm, just happy walking into work, and I get approached by the Texas Ranger, and I guess it was Texas Rangers, and he come up and asked me who I was and what I was doing, and I told him I worked here. I'm just coming to work. He said, "Well, go around and wait in the cage back in the back." We had I don't know, where we parked our cars, a great big area back there. And he said, "Would you go and wait over there?" So I went and waited for a little bit, and then I said, they had about 20 DPS officers surrounding the whole building, and they had locked everybody out. And I'm sitting there in the hot sun on the tailgate, and I said, "No, I'm not under arrest. I'm going to go to HEB." So I called all the guys together and said, "What are you doing sitting here? We're just sitting here in the hot sun. Let's go get some coffee." So we marched out.
At some point you picked up Michelle Barrientes?
Oh, that was later.
Okay.
When we picked up, and
What time did you pick her up?
I didn't pick her up at her house. I didn't pick her up.
You were in the car with her.
Yes, sir, but I didn't pick her up.
Okay. So at some point you were in a car with Michelle Barrientes?
Yes, and the chief deputy.
And the chief deputy.
Yes.
When did you go and get Michelle Barrientes in the car that you were in?
I think she was already there. I mean, I don't remember going over to her house and picking her up. I think she was there, and we got in the car and went over to... Are you talking about when we went over to her house and
And they were trying to confiscate the...
Okay, yes. I was in the car then, yes.
What happened when you arrived at her house?
There were two Texas, as I remember, I think they were Texas Rangers, I don't know, the two guys standing in front of her car. It was parked in the driveway, and they asked her for her keys.
And what happened?
She said, "Well, I'm going to get stuff out of it," and said, "You're not getting anything out of it." Then she relented and gave him the keys.
Why did she not take her vehicle to work that day?
I don't know, sir. I didn't ask her that. I don't ask those kinds of questions. I'm sounding sarcastic. I don't mean to be that person. Sorry. Don't mean to sound that condescending, sir, but
Oh, no.
I apologize.
A brief moment, Judge. So when did you first become aware that an EEOC complaint had been filed against Constable Vela?
I don't think I was ever aware of it. I didn't know any EOC complaint had been filed against her. That I can remember. I don't remember ever having a conversation about it or even hearing about it.
So you were not ever aware or ever experienced or ever witnessed any death threats or threats of violence against you or anyone in your administration because of that EEOC complaint?
Did you say me?
Or any person that worked there at the constable office?
I became aware much later that she was getting death threats and bullets in the mail.
And who told you that?
She did.
Constable District.
So this information that you have, did anybody from the DA's office ever call you in to interview you?
They did.
And when was that?
Oh, I don't remember. I guess when all this stuff started, I don't remember exact dates or even months.
Sure,
I
that's
can't
fine.
even tell you the year. I just can tell you they called me a couple of times, yes.
Okay. And when you went and talked, did you talk to one of these?
I never talked to them.
Okay. And why not?
I just refused to talk to them. I had nothing to say to them.
As far as I guess as far as when you talked about, I guess, the traffic division and responding, you were willing to give your honest opinion that that's just not a decision you would make, or you didn't think that, that was the right decision, that was a mistake. Is that right?
Based on the way the prosecution presented that to me, I would say that if I was in that position, that would be a bad decision for me to make.
And so would you agree that it's your intent to get up here and say what you honestly and truly believe about situations when they're presented to you?
Yes, I wouldn't have made that decision. I don't think, I have never been in that position, but I think just it would not be a good decision for me to make.
And so when it comes to that conversation you have with Mark Garcia, that's exactly what happened, according to your memory.
Say
When it comes
that.
to that conversation that you had with Mark Garcia that they talked to you about, that's exactly what happened, according to your memory.
Who's they?
That the prosecution talked to you about.
Yes.
That conversation you had with Mark Garcia about filing it at large and telling him don't go get a
Don't
warrant.
go. Yes, that's exactly right.
And that's what happened.
That's exactly what happened. He was suggested. I was not in a position to order anybody to do anything. And so my recommendation, based on my experience was working with the DA's office, and I've filed a lot of cases with them. I've been interviewed by them a lot. I go present my case to them, and I say, what's the best way to handle this? File it at large. Let us get the warrant.
And was it your impression that Mark Garcia really wasn't going to listen to anybody?
It's absolutely my impression he wasn't going to listen to anybody.
He made up his mind about what he wanted
Absolutely.
to do. And the reason that you went in there in the first place to try to talk to him about it was because you were sent by who to go in there and talk to him about it?
Well,
Or asked by who?
we were sitting in the office. I said, this is not a good idea. I'm going to go talk to him. And the constable said, go talk to him.
And so
Me and the chief.
So when you said it's not a good idea, I'm going to go talk to him, she told you go talk to him
Yes.
and give the benefit of your knowledge and experience.
I wasn't put that way, but I think that's the way it could be interpreted.
Because you know that she respected you for your knowledge.
I think she did. Yes.
And throughout the time that she worked for you and you worked for her, she behaved as if she respected your knowledge, experience, and advice.
She did. Yes.
I'll pass it.
Is it important as a chief administrator of a government office to keep accurate records?
Absolutely.
And why is that?
Because we have to account for everything we have to do, and we never know when we have to be accountable for what we do. So it's a good idea to just keep a lot of records of meetings, or records of training, or records of memorandums of understanding, or whatever we're working with. You know, we have to keep records and all that stuff.
And so, are you aware, do you understand that the constable Vela, was convicted of withholding documents and fabricating documents that were requested as part of an investigation?
I don't know about withholding, but I understand it was fabricating.
Based on knowing that she was actually convicted, does that change your opinion about whether you would hire her?
Personally, I don't think she should have been convicted.
So, were you aware of the way side jobs were assigned to deputies and reserve deputies from the constable's office?
deputies weren't assigned side jobs. They requested to do side jobs. They'd have to submit on a monthly basis. Every month they were required to submit off-duty permit is what they were called. Is that what you're referring to, off-duty permits?
Yes, and then who gave them the jobs?
The jobs, they'd go find them on their own.
And what about for Rodriguez Park?
Rodriguez Park was given to the constable because it was in our precinct, and that was given as a requirement by the county, as I understand, for the constable's office to provide security for Rodriguez Park. And from what I understand, even she didn't assign people there. But let me modify that just a little bit. You could volunteer to do it, or she could assign you to do it. Now remember, the non-paid officers would work 32 hours a month, 8 hours a week. So part of that 32 hours could be working the side job for community service, and I don't mean that in the way a judge might assign community service, to work off their 32 hours requirement for being commissioned at the precinct.
Okay, so the way that you understood it was that some reserve deputies were able to work Rodriguez Park as a part of a way to satisfy their 32-hour requirement?
I think so.
Okay.
But some of them...
Were reserve deputies allowed to be paid?
No, reserve deputies are allowed. Now, let me modify that a little bit. Reserve deputies can do side jobs with a work permit and be paid, but they can only do one kind of a job, and that is traffic.
Is Rodriguez Park traffic?
No, it's not.
Okay. So, and were you aware of how someone would reserve security at the constable's office?
All right.
That is, were you aware that they would come in and actually pay cash at the constable's office for security?
I think so. Somebody would rent a pavilion, I think you only had to pay for security at a pavilion. I'm not sure. They would rent the pavilion from the county, I think it is, and then they would ask for security for that pavilion if they were serving beer or had so many people at there, and then they would have to pay for security, and they would, I think they would pay for it at the constable's office. I was never involved in that personally because I never did any of that kind of work.
So after the case against Leo Moreno has been dismissed by the district attorney's office, were you present when a subsequent prosecution packet was dropped off at the district attorney's office?
I'm not. You have to give me more information. I'm not sure.
So you talked about how you file cases at the district attorney's office.
Yes.
And you've done that in your career before?
Have I filed cases at district attorney's office?
Yes, sir.
Yes, many cases.
Okay, and that is, you actually come over and bring over a file with a prosecution guide and evidence and
Yes.
for review for the district attorney's office, right?
But file it at large. They
Correct.
would review it, and then they'd call us out, tell us, well, we need more information, or
Or
gonna
yes,
go
we're
for
going to indict it, kind of things
Right.
like that, right? Okay. Were you present when there was a subsequent meeting or attempt by Constable Vela to drop off a prosecution packet regarding the aggravated perjury charge against Leo Moreno regarding the EEOC complaint?
I know I went to the prosecution office and met with the prosecutor named Prado, Del Prado or something like that. I'm not sure. But that case was never turned in. As I remember, that case was not turned in.
And this was after the arrest
I
and
don't
subsequent
know.
dismissal?
After? No, it was before.
Yeah, personal administration. So we talked about how April 30th is when Leo Moreno is arrested.
Okay.
May 1st is the next day. That's when the dismissal happens.
Can you read for the court?
Change these glasses.
And this is State's Exhibit 134. These are text messages that are from Constable Vela's phone. And could you read, which is text message 4,778, this line up here.
The prosecution's package for Moreno was delivered to the district attorney's office today around 4:30 p.m. I was informed they would look more into the charges with additional evidence which my office has provided. Thank you, Constable Vela.
Just a question. I don't remember that being admitted, but admitted it's been a long time. Has it been admitted?
Yes. That was it. Yeah, I offered it last time we were here. I know that counsel objected to all the text messages. The judge admitted them.
What was he doing?
134.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And we have, may I approach, Judge? State's Exhibit 133 is a text message that's been admitted. It's a text message from Constable Vela, outgoing, sent to News Guy. And if you could read 4674 text message, 4,674, which is the bottom text message.
Okay.
What does Constable Vela say?
At the press conference earlier today, I asked for the District Attorney Joe Gonzalez to remain non-biased and without any public influence. I made a right judgment call to proceed forward. I see he has made a decision at this time. Thank you, Bexar County Constable Michelle Barrientes Vela.
And what's the date on this one?
I don't know where's the date located.
Located right there.
1/5/19.
And 1/5 being the day being first being, so that'd be May 1st of 2019.
That's correct.
Okay, and now I'm showing you State's Exhibit 135. Can you read text message 4,783, which is at the bottom?
Thank you. I dropped off the prosecution package with more evidence for that deputy today, and I guess that's supposed to be day, and the day is supposed to, that says DA, I don't know what that means. At the DA is supposed to look more into, the DA, sorry, is supposed to look more into it, but there's a lot of corruption in SA, I guess that's SA, I'm not sure.
San Antonio.
Yeah.
And then this is the last one, State's Exhibit 136. There is an outgoing message, and this is May 2nd. So the one that you just read was May 1st. So this is a May 2nd. It is the middle text message. What does that say?
I dropped off the prosecution package to the DA. Let's see if it's disregarded. If disregarded again, all elements were present before and again today.
Do you recall now, after going to the district attorney's office to present a prosecution package?
I only attended one meeting with the prosecution. That was, is her name Del Prado?
Yes. Del
Prado. Nothing was turned into her that day. That's all I can tell you. I was up there that day. They tried to present it to her. She brought in a investigator, but then we left and nothing was turned into her. So that's all I can tell you. I don't know anything about all this stuff.
Okay. But what you do know is that you were aware of the arrest of Leo Moreno when it happened, and you expressed your
After it happened.
Right after, I'm sorry, after it happened, and you expressed that you were not satisfied, you were not pleased with the way it went down.
I was just expressing what I thought about it. I had no control over it. I had no input whether it should or should not have been done. It was just my opinion that a warrant should be gotten by the DA's office. And I made that clear.
Based on reading these text messages, do you believe that she had an intent to have him arrested?
Speculation.
Objection.
Overall.
Okay, ask the question again.
Based on reading these text messages
Mm-hmm.
and the circumstances surrounding them, do you believe that she had an intent to have Leo Moreno arrested or at least filed on again?
If I understand those and I put them in context with that package, I would say that she had the intent of, based on that she wanted to file charges. I don't know about having them arrested. That doesn't suggest that at all, the best I can tell. It just suggests that she wanted to go forward with a case against it.
That's what.
Nothing further.
May you be excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. You are Richard, right? James.
And thank you,
Mr.
Judge.
James. Thank you.
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
James.
You want me to keep this? Or
You can leave those there. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may sit down. Do you have a shorter witness that we could do before lunch?
I feel like it would probably go into one.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, then let's take our lunch break now until 1 o'clock. I'm only going to do 45 minutes. 1 o'clock, be back, be ready to go.
Understood.
And please talk.
I'm a lieutenant with the St. Hedwig Marshal's Office.
And how long you been a lieutenant with St. Hedwig?
Just since October 1st.
Okay. Before that, and we don't have to go through the whole resume, but before that, I know you've been in a few different places in law enforcement. But if you could please just give us an idea, kind of an overview of your experience in law enforcement.
Well, I have approximately 30 years in law enforcement, both at the federal level and local.
And during the 30 years that you've been in law enforcement, were you at one point working at Bexar County Constable Precinct 2?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us when that started?
So my hire date was the 30th of April 2019.
And when you started working there, who was the constable?
Michelle Barrientes Vela.
And when you got hired, had you worked as a reserve beforehand, or did you get hired straight on as a full-time?
No, approximately 30 days, I want to say, prior to the hire date, full-time, I was a reserve officer.
And what were your duties at Precinct 2?
As a reserve, we were supplement to the security through the front desk. We would serve as a screening for all of the personnel that came into the Precinct 2 JP court.
And as a full-time, what were your duties?
So as a full-time officer, we deal with a lot of civil process. So initially it was a citation service and writs of possession mostly. And then subsequent, as a supervisor, I was in charge of the writs of possession.
And what's the highest rank you had obtained at Precinct 2 under Michelle Barrientes Vela?
I was a sergeant in charge of writs of possession and portions of training.
And did you continue to work at Precinct 2 after Ms. Barrientes Vela left?
Yes.
How long would you say you worked there after that?
My tenure ended November of 2020.
So I guess I kind of want to start in a general way. What was your personal experience working under Michelle Barrientes Vela? How did you find it?
Well, I was working in the private sector at the time, and I met with the chief deputy, which was Anthony Trevino, and then when we had spoken briefly, and he said that they had some reserve spots available, I applied and submitted my name for consideration.
Did you feel like in your personal experience that Michelle was a good boss to you?
She was always very cordial and very professional in any encounter that I met with her.
And did you feel like they valued your training and your experience while you were at the office?
I did, yes.
So I want to talk about the day that Moreno was arrested. Can you tell us, I guess, in reference to when you started working as a full-time deputy there, how long had you been working as a full-time deputy on the day of that arrest?
That was my very first day.
Okay. And so was there a briefing that was given about the arrest?
Yes. I had spent the majority of the day at HR here in Bexar County. And then when I returned, which was approximately 16:30 hours, everybody gathered in the conference room. We had a briefing at 1700.
And I guess who was present from the administration?
So it would have been all of the senior administration, including the constable.
Okay. And as far as the briefing about what you were doing and the operational aspect of what you were going to be expected to do, did the constable give that briefing?
No, it was Captain Mark Garcia.
All right. And did Captain Garcia have any specific instructions for you?
Initially, no. It wasn't until we were already mustering up for travel to the arrest site that he pulled me aside and said that I would be taking point in the arrest.
All right, and this was your first day?
It was my very first day.
Okay, and now, obviously, it wasn't your first day in law enforcement. You'd already had a pretty long career up to that point.
Yes.
What did you understand him to mean by your taking point?
That I would be making contact with Mr. Moreno and advising him of what our intentions were and why we were there.
All right, so I guess we kind of know from testimony that it was discovered by going over that he was at the gym, and that's where he was arrested. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, so explain, like, when you walked in the door, what happened?
So we essentially walked through the door and I approached Mr. Moreno. We had to find him first because, of course, everyone's dressed in civilian clothes. So when I did locate him, and I had never met him before, so if I remember correctly, they had to show me who he was. We did have a photo of him, but again, having a briefing moments earlier and then locating the subject is two different things. So once we did locate him, I said we were there, and we were there to take him into custody for having a warrant for his arrest.
All right, and were you the person that actually put the cuffs on?
I believe I initially brought the handcuffs out, and then Captain Garcia was the one that assisted in that process.
Okay. Now, after that, were you with, were you partnered up, or I guess maybe, I don't know, official partners, but were you riding at the time with Jason Castellano?
I was, yes.
All right. And were you two responsible for the transport of Moreno to the jail?
Yes, Deputy Castellano was driving, and I was a passenger.
And we've seen body cam, and the court's seen body cam of, I guess Castellano's body cam of the car going around. But let me stop to make a quick point. You had been in law enforcement. Had you ever magistrated anybody before at the South Tower?
I had never been to South Tower before.
All right. And had you magistrated, been responsible or participated in magistration of people before at the Frio location?
Yes, many times, many times.
And I guess was one of the reasons that you hadn't magistrated somebody before at South Tower is because it was relatively new.
That is correct.
All right. And so when you guys got there, did you understand, or did you ever understand, that there was a directive from the constable herself to delay or to unnecessarily delay the booking?
No, additionally, no, I didn't.
Now,
I had no prior knowledge of that.
Now we saw that at one point the car goes into the bay doors, and then comes back out and then drives around. We also see like some booking paperwork being done. Were you one of the people responsible for trying to get the booking paperwork done?
Yes, I was taking initiative in filling out the booking slip.
All right. And after you guys go around the area and come back, was it still clear to you, or to your understanding to Castellano, where you guys were supposed to be pulling up?
No, I was completely confused at the time. I thought we were having been in South Tower for my first time booking a prisoner, I thought we were in the wrong parking spot initially. So when we got back in the vehicle, and I thought he was going to reposition the Tahoe, and then we were just going to get out at a different parking spot. I had no idea we were actually going to exit the facility.
And were you aware at the time that a representative, the PIO officer for Bexar County, was the person who said that this needed to be done around the flagpole? Did you know that at the time?
No, sir.
Okay. Were you aware that Castellano got a call from Lieutenant Minor?
I was aware he was on the phone, but I had no idea who he was speaking with.
Okay. And so after, after you got parked across the street under the overpass, and then were you responsible along with Castellano for bringing in Moreno to the facility?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. And even at that point, was it clear even which door you guys were supposed to be going?
Not at all.
And would you attribute that to just your lack of familiarity with this building and with this location?
I would, yes. It was completely unfamiliar to me, and the protocols involved at South Tower were completely new.
Did, I guess, while you were there, was there a time when the constable encouraged physical fitness among her deputies?
Yes.
And how did she do that?
So every Friday, pending we had our work complete, and sure, as a supervisor, I would kind of get a feel for it on Fridays, where exactly we were with the work schedule and our workload. That she would allow us to work out on Friday afternoons as part of a fitness program that she had installed there at the precinct.
And I guess, how was that received by you and the other deputies?
We all loved it.
And why?
Well, it was a chance to bond, and it was a chance to talk about our week, our schedules, and families, and morale, and things of that nature. Anytime you get to work out on with your peers, it's always a good thing.
And did you feel like it was important to her that the physical fitness of her deputies, so that you guys could do your jobs well, that was an important consideration for you?
Yes, absolutely.
Now, as far as, we've heard some information about hazing that was going on. Did you feel or observe or see that anybody was being hazed, as you understand the word hazing?
I personally did not witness any hazing during my tenure at the department.
And at some point, did you say that you also worked security when you were a reserve deputy for a little while?
I did, yes.
And did you, at the time that you were asked to work security, did you feel you were being hazed or that you were being humiliated?
No, at no time.
I want to talk about, we've heard some other stuff about, I guess, a supply closet that was, I guess, sometimes locked or kept locked. Do you know who had the key to that supply closet, or who allowed access in and out to the supply closet?
I do not know specifically who had the.
Okay.
There may have been more than one. I know I was not one of them.
What about? Let me rephrase. What about the evidence room? Because we've also heard about the evidence room and the fact that the evidence room was in that there were old evidence and some other things. Who controlled the entry and exit of the evidence room?
It would be Captain Garcia had the key.
And some of that evidence that was there, were you able at one point or at some point to go through it and assist in the, I guess, in the disposition of that evidence?
Yes.
And how far back?
In reviewing some of the material found in the property room, if memory serves correctly, somewhere in the early 90s, I would even venture to say 1991, I believe, was the earliest piece of evidence.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. It's really not relevant to the punishment of this witness.
Well, they brought it up. They brought it up that it was in the state of disrepair. But the idea would be, I guess, that so constables, every constable that had been there from the early 90s on, were at least somewhat responsible for the fact that this evidence was still there and not disposed of.
Yes, it was clear that the evidence that was contained in the evidence room far exceeded her tenure.
Now, did you ever interview with the DA's office?
I did.
And do you remember about when that was?
I do not recall.
And I guess it was at some point during the pendency of this case, I'm assuming, after Michelle was no longer constable.
Correct.
Okay. And you told them basically what you answered their questions and the questions they asked you?
Yes, sir. It was in relationship to my my duties at the county precinct 2.
Okay. I'll pass it.
Yes. Lieutenant, we've had several conversations, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember interviewing with Ranger Brad Freeman?
I do, ma'am, yes.
And do you remember what you stated to him when he asked you about the briefing that occurred for the Moreno arrest regarding what the constable stated about arresting Moreno?
Specifically, I know that during the briefing, the constable made some statements, that the captain made some statements, and Chief Trevino made some statements. At this point, I don't recall what exactly was said.
Do you recall stating that Constable Vela stated that you all would be arresting one of their own that day?
Yes, ma'am.
So did she appear to be apprised of the facts regarding the case supporting the arrest of Moreno?
Yes, ma'am.
When you were in South Tower and you first entered the Sally Port before moving the vehicle, did you believe at that point that you were securing your weapons in order to proceed to take Moreno in for booking?
Yes.
And you had gotten a little bit down that process, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
At that point in time, how was it you were informed to stop that process?
So it wasn't until we were actually exiting the Sally Port where I had mentioned to Deputy Castanon that what is going on, that's what I asked him. And he was still on the phone. So when we exited the Sally Port, that's when we made our trip around the block. And it wasn't until that time that I knew something was amiss.
And what do you mean by this?
Well, it wasn't in common protocols that I had experienced in many of my previous arrests that this one was definitely an anomaly.
And how do you compare this arrest to other arrests making it an anomaly?
Well, this would be my first arrest having done what would be known as a perp walk.
And based on your experience, and it is vast, you're talking about 30 years of experience, you've arrested people before, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there some kind of guiding principle behind how you should proceed with an arrest?
Well,
As far as how timely that arrest should be?
there's no written protocol on. You would be most expeditious as possible without undue delay.
Without undue delay. Okay, so you were out of the vehicle, ready to walk him into booking, and then you have to place him back into the vehicle.
That's correct.
And then you have to leave the Sally Port and then return again.
Yes, ma'am.
And we've already seen the footage on video of that process, so the court is very aware of how lengthy that was. So moving on to once you were proceeding back into the jail facility, the press met you, correct?
That's correct.
What was your impression of the press being there? What was going through your mind?
That there's a first time for everything.
And did you think it was appropriate?
It was definitely different. I as a regular citizen, I've seen many perp walks here within the city of San Antonio and the Bexar County area, but this was my first time in my years federally and locally that I was part of such a incident.
And have you been previously briefed on the perp walk aspect of this arrest?
I have not, no, not at all.
Did you find it to be at that stage of having already been in the Sally Port, ready to proceed with the booking, and then having to leave the Sally Port just for the perp walk? Did you find that to be professional?
No.
Regarding the encouraging physical fitness, did the constable participate with all of you?
No, ma'am.
Regarding the evidence room, reviewing the disposition of evidence, when did that occur? Was that after Constable Vela or during her time there?
It was subsequent to her departure and under Constable Vasquez's tenure.
So the evidence room was in disarray under Constable Vela's tenure.
When I had access to the property room and categorizing and cataloging all of the items that were left or found in there, it was during Constable Vasquez's tenure.
And when you interviewed with the district attorney's office related to, I assume, a position as an investigator, is that correct? Mr. Goss asked you about an interview with the district attorney's office related to, I guess, a job?
No, it was when I interviewed
With me?
With you.
Oh, okay. So, it had nothing to do with any employment with my office?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Just want to make that clear. You have tried to work for our office, though, I understand?
Yes, I have submitted a resume.
Okay, but nothing was contingent upon your testimony?
No, nothing like that.
I just wanted to be clear about that.
Well, and I'll make the record clear that it was when we were in the office that he interviewed. And so anything that was going on then was back then. He did not do the job.
So we didn't meet until I was assigned this case?
That's
right?
correct. That's correct.
All right. Pass the witness.
Ms. McCraw asked if you found it to be professional. However, at the time, did you know that it was Bexar County themselves who has control of those premises that is the person who said, y'all need to come out and come around? Did you know that?
I did not know that, no.
Right. And so if a representative from Bexar County says you need to come out of the Sally Port and go around, that wouldn't be unprofessional to follow those instructions.
That is correct.
Because that's their spot, that's their facility.
Correct. That would be their protocol.
And if they gave instructions to do something different, following those instructions is what would be expected.
Correct.
You had occasion to work with Constable Vela prior to her being charged for the case we were trying here, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to, during that time, know her well enough to know what her reputation in the office is?
I feel like that's a broad question insofar as that I never had opportunity to meet with the constable one-on-one or share any kind of personal experiences.
But I'm talking about her reputation, not her conversation. So just in general, her reputation, was that good or bad?
It was very strict and at times contentious.
Okay. Pass the witness.
That's fair.
Will you step down? Thank you, Lieutenant. Thank you for being here. Our next witness, Mr. Goss.
Defense calls Alexandria Milan.
Mr. Goss, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Can I ask us
Yes.
It's 37. Might want to check.
Let's start with 7. Is that the last one?
That's the last one I had is 36. That I should.
Ms. Milan, could you please introduce yourself to the board?
Hi, I'm Alexandria Milan. Do you need to know like where I work and so on?
Yeah, where do you work?
I currently work at UT Health. I am a financial analyst there. I'm a former Bexar County budget analyst.
Okay. And so, what were your job duties? Let's talk about when you were a budget analyst for Bexar County. What were your job duties there?
My job, so I was assigned to all JPs and all constables for the 4 precincts. I was their assigned budget analyst, so my job was to maintain that they followed with their budgeted allocations that we gave to them, make sure that their expenditures were in suit of what we budgeted for them. I also would, take the time to go meet with my departments and build that rapport up with them, but ideally it was just to make sure that they were staying within their budgets.
And so, the reason I called you today, or we called you to ask you to be here, is just to talk specifically about an issue that was going on at the end of December 2017 and in early January of 2018. And I have some exhibits, if I may approach.
Yes. Just what exhibit, Mr. Ross?
37, 38, and 39. For identification. Ms. Vaughn, I'm showing you what's been marked as 37, 38, and 39 for identification purposes. If you could please just take a look and tell me if you recognize them.
Not off the top of my head, I do not. No.
I guess what I'm saying is, do these appear to be emails that were either sent to you or that were CC'd to you and that you received while you were in your position at Bexar County?
That is correct. I do see that I was CC'd.
And so that would mean that you would be getting, I guess, or receiving these emails as a part of your job as far as the communications that were going on in between, I guess, in between the parties and the emails.
Yes.
And in one in particular, you're actually the person that is being addressed in the email.
Correct.
And that would be number 38 for identification. Now, without talking about what's in them at the moment, these emails, would you agree that they are dealing with a specific issue of court security that was going on between Judge Vasquez and Michelle Barrientes Vela at the end of December, early 2017 and early January 2018?
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this time because he is talking about the content of the emails.
I'm just trying to get us. I'm just trying to get us centered on
Sustained.
what the subject is. I guess, do you recognize that the dispute that the email is dealing with?
I do.
Were you a part of that in terms of trying to mediate the dispute or figure out what was going on with court security?
I don't recall being a part of it. That no.
Okay. But you do know that these emails, and definitely in 38, were sent to you by Constable Barrientes Vela at the time, talking about the, I guess, talking about that issue, that specific issue that she had.
Correct.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd offer 37, 38, and 39 for the evidence.
Your Honor, I object these as this witness is not the author of all these, and included in this is a lot of hearsay. Other people are in these emails as well, and what's being stated cannot be taken as factual. It's just the defendant making a lot of statements in here, and this witness is not the author of them. It's also referring to a lot of hearsay statements within the context of the defendant speaking. So I object to any of these being able to be utilized.
Then, Your Honor, if hearsay is their objection, we will offer them for the purposes of impeachment only on Judge Vasquez, who testified about all these incidents and what Michelle said to him. So the fact that there exists a different statement made by Michelle to Judge Vasquez at the time would impeach his testimony. Therefore, it is not for the truth of the matter asserted, but it's for the purposes of impeachment. And we would offer it and ask the court to consider it for those purposes.
I don't think you can impeach a witness with specific instances of conduct.
If a witness said that Michelle Barrientes said X, Y, Z, the fact that she said something different at the time is what's being impeached.
What's your response, Dave?
That's just what's being included in this. These emails, they're circumventing her getting on the stand explaining that something else occurred. They're trying to use these emails to impeach a witness through a document that she's not even going to authenticate or sponsor. That's an improper method of impeachment of a witness.
These emails were sent to Judge Vasquez. So this witness can authenticate that the emails were sent to Judge Vasquez and she was on the chain.
No, you don't get there. Not sustaining the hearsay objection. You can bring Judge Vasquez. You can put your client on. Sustain it as to hearsay.
And I think that we did ask for Judge Vasquez to be available for recall, so I'll ask the state to please call him to make him available as a witness. Or we could just do this right now, but if we can't, then we'll have Judge Vasquez come back.
He's under subpoena. You call him when you want him here.
Or
He's
we-
under subpoena, so call him.
We would ask you to do that because you guys have his contact information and said that you would give him back if I need.
All right, let's move on. Next question.
We don't have any further questions.
Are you going to recall her?
I don't think I need to if we have Judge Vasquez. At the time that Judge Vasquez testified, I wasn't prepared for these emails. She is here. She has I mean, he's going to have to come in and testify to all. And so I understand the state. I don't understand, honestly, because they brought this into contention. I'm just trying to clear this aspect up. I could do it quickly, but if we need to have Judge Vasquez come back here and testify, then I've asked to have him do that, just so we can figure this out. And I will teach him at that moment.
I told her I advocate for no
Ms.
judge.
Salon, are you under subpoena? You are? Okay. I'm sorry, I'm not going to release you from the subpoena. You may have to come back, and if you do, the attorneys will notify you. All right, thank you. You can sit down.
Oh, yes, Judge. I had our advocate reach out to Judge Vasquez.
Good.
We're working on that.
Yes, he is under recall. Next witness.
Your Honor, because that witness was so short and my co-counsel has the next two witnesses, she needs to go to the bathroom. Is
That's
it
fine.
Possible to do.
10-minute break. You may proceed, Ms. Olvie.
Good afternoon, Ms. Villarreal. Could you introduce yourself to the judge?
Norma Villarreal.
And where do you currently work at?
I work at Ruben's Auto Sales.
Who is the owner of Ruben's Auto?
Carlos and Michelle Vela. I previously worked for Dillard's for 29 years, Nordstrom's for 4, and Neiman's for 1. After that, I started working for them.
And who is Carlos Vela to you?
He's my brother.
And what is your relationship to Michelle Vela?
She's my sister-in-law
How long have you known Michelle?
for 28 years, 29 years.
And does Michelle work at the car dealership that you work at?
Yes,
Have you seen her interact with employees?
yes.
And what have those interactions looked like?
Nothing negative. I've never seen her yell, get mad at anybody. I've never seen her
Turn it off.
yell at anybody, or I've never seen her get ugly with anybody.
Have you seen her interact with customers?
Yes.
And what have those interactions been like?
Same way, if she feels that, in fact, sometimes I think I get angrier than she does. She handles it very well. I mean, there's never yelling at, never any of that.
Has Michelle helped you in any way while you've been working at the car dealership?
Help me, of course, because since I came from a different background, I needed help with the car lot. I didn't know anything about car lots.
In what ways has she helped you at work?
In many ways. I mean, what hasn't she helped me with? She's everything.
What is your relationship like with her?
She's one of my best friends. She's my sister-in-law. I love her.
What kind of worker is Michelle?
She's a fair, honest, giving, generous person.
Ms. Guerrero, did you ever spend time with Michelle when she was constable with other deputies?
Yes.
And what kind of events did you attend that Michelle hosted?
I attended a couple of luncheons where she would take her employees to eat, quite a few, and treat them. She held Christmas parties, had goodie bags. So when I saw that everybody that came up here didn't say anything positive, I just couldn't believe that. I've seen her be very generous to her employees.
When you say she would treat her deputies, what do you mean by that?
Treat them for lunch. We would go out like to Bed Eagles, for example, and it was quite a few employees, and she would treat them.
How did the deputies seem towards Michelle when you were around them?
Happy, laughing, totally opposite of what each one of them said up here.
Did you ever witness a deputy act negatively towards Michelle?
Never, not once.
Were any of these events forced?
No.
How would you describe Michelle?
Like I said, a kind, giving, generous person.
And what kind of role does Michelle play in your family?
In my family, or as my boss?
In your family?
In my family, she's the best mother I've known, that's for sure. We're very close. My father and my mother are always here to support us. We stand together as a family.
No further questions, Your Honor. We pass the witness.
So yes, Judge. So when you talked about going to lunch, that she was generous to deputies, were you present for those?
Yes.
How many people would be there?
I went on like 7, 8 people.
Would you be there also?
Yes. I wasn't there all the time, but I was attended a couple of times for sure.
So what kind of restaurants would y'all go to?
I went twice to Perico's with them.
What kind of food they serve at?
Mexican food.
Okay. And then you said she was generous, so she would pay for everybody?
Yes,
Did she pay for you?
yes.
Was it in cash?
I don't remember how she paid.
Was it in card?
I don't remember.
So you never worked with her in any context at the precinct, though, right?
No.
How long did you work at the? Is it Reuben Auto Sales?
Yeah, about 2 years.
Okay. When did you first start working there?
Well, September, when the pandemic started, right after that.
Okay, in
September.
2020. September 2020. Okay. No further questions, Judge.
Are you all right?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Vega, how many kids does Michelle have?
She has, let me see. 7,
She has a big family.
yes.
And what is the age of her youngest child?
She is 8 years old.
What kind of school does her daughter do?
She does homeschool because of everything that's going on right now.
Who homeschools her?
Michelle does.
No further questions, Your Honor. May this witness be excused?
Yes.
I knew it.
Straight cross? Sorry.
I don't, Judge. That's fine.
Thank you, Ms. Vega. You may step down. Call your next witness.
See? Yeah, you have to get it right up close to the mic. You know, just speak loudly, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, you have to be like right up on it.
Okay.
Okay.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Munoz. Can you introduce yourself to the judge?
My name is Anthony Muniz.
Where do you work at?
I work for Reuben's Auto Sales.
What do you do there at Reuben's Auto Sales?
I sell cars, upload the new vehicles into the inventories and stuff like that.
How long have you been working there?
I want to say about 2.5 years.
What is your relationship to Michelle?
Well, I've known her for about 15 years of my life, since I was about 15 years old. She's more of a, I want to say, a mother figure to me.
How is she a mother figure?
Basically, everything that I've been through, I had a rough past and stuff like that. I was homeless a couple of times. I slept out of my vehicle, and she was the one that opened up her doors to let me stay with her until I get back on my feet.
What kind of figure is Michelle to you at your workplace?
A good one. Like, when I see her, when we get rude customers sometimes about their car payments or something that they didn't like, they end up yelling at me. So I give the phone to Michelle, and she handles it really, really good. Like, she doesn't get upset, she doesn't get angry or anything like that. She stays really, really calm and composed.
Is she a supervisor to you?
Yes.
And how many employees work there?
I want to say about 7, 8.
And what is Michelle's position at Reuben's Auto Sales?
I call her my assistant manager.
What does she help you with on a day-to-day basis?
She helps me with customers' repos. She helps me when I'm busy with customers outside and I'm alone. She helps with the phones and everything like that.
Is it fair to say that she does a little bit of everything?
Yeah, she knows everything. She's the one who taught me when I first started.
Now, you just talked a little bit about Michelle and how you knew her for 15 years. What kind of things would Michelle help you with during that time?
There was some times where I didn't eat. There was days where I didn't eat. She would be the one that was there to buy me food. Sometimes when I needed new clothes, she would get clothes for me. She's just been so good to me, you know, like a good mother, like a mother figure to me and stuff like that.
Who is the first person that you call if you need something?
That would be Michelle. Yeah, that would be her.
Have you seen Michelle around her kids?
Yes.
What kind of mom is she?
She's honest. She teaches her kids good ethics on living and stuff like that. She doesn't let them do whatever they want. You know, she knows how to do discipline without going too far. You know what I mean? Because there's some parents that take it way overboard with that. And she's just fair and loving and caring.
No further questions, Your Honor. Pass the witness.
So, at Rubens Auto Sales, it seems like you do a variety of different jobs.
Mm-hmm.
And how many hours a week do you work?
I work about 40 hours a week.
Okay. And is that Monday through Friday?
Yeah, pretty much.
Rubens Auto Sales, what are the hours of operation?
Well, we have 2 locations. I know one location that they barely open is open from 9 to 6, Monday through Fridays. Saturdays we're open from 9 to 5:30. The other location's open from 9 to 7.
Okay. And what is Michelle's job at this car lot?
She's like assistant manager.
Okay. And which one do you work at?
I work at the Bandera location.
Okay. So at the Bandera location, and is that the one she works at?
Yes.
And so you said Monday through Friday you're open, and then
Saturdays 9 to 5:30.
Not open on Sundays?
No, we're closed on Sundays.
Okay. How many hours a week does she work?
Every time I'm there, she's probably there. Mm-hmm.
She's there Monday through Friday?
Yeah.
She work about 40 hours a week?
I would say more, probably a little bit more.
Okay. And you said that she has children?
Yes.
Do you know the age ranges of those children?
I believe I know one is like, I want to say 6 or 7, all the way to like 30, 31.
So there's the youngest, and her sister-in-law just testified that the youngest is 8 years old.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Is she there at the car lot also?
No.
Where's she at?
She's at home.
At home? Okay. And so you said Michelle works about a little more than 40 hours a week?
Mm-hmm.
So you talked about good ethics on living. What do you mean by that?
What do you mean? Like on that like what I went through?
No,
Or-
that she taught you good ethics on living.
Oh yeah, like she taught me how to like actually cut back on like spend my money wisely and not so carelessly on things that I don't need when I should have bills for it to go to.
Okay. And so at Rubens Auto Sales, one of your job duties is keeping track of what's sold and how much is paid and things like that?
Yes, sir.
And so when you document that, how do you document that?
We enter it in the system and stuff like that, and it prints out the contract and everything like that.
Okay. And is that all stuff that's supposed to be correct
Yes.
and true?
Yes.
What happens if it's not true?
Usually, if a customer if a customer sees a price that's different, and then they tell us it's a different price than what's online, we go to our managers and stuff like that, and they give us the approval to go ahead and sell it for that price if it's marked like that.
Let's say you're taking in a payment or something, do you notate that somewhere?
Yes, it automatically shows in our system.
Okay. And are you in charge of making notations?
Yes.
Payments?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever made some up that actually didn't happen?
Why would I do that?
Or have you done that?
No, why would I do that?
Have you ever concealed any records?
No, why would I do that?
That's not something you should do, right?
Well, I mean, to me, that's against the law if you do something like that, whether it's the managers know or not. Regardless of it, it shouldn't have ever been done.
So you said the 8-year-old youngest child, she's at home?
Mm-hmm.
You know she goes to school?
Yeah, she does.
Where?
I don't know what school it is, but I know she goes to school. She gets her older daughter. She tells me.
How old's her older daughter?
Like 30 something years old, 31.
And y'all are friends?
Mm-hmm.
What's her name?
Leanne.
And she's told you that the 8-year-old is in school?
Well, I know because her kids go to school with her daughter, so of course they all go to school together.
Oh, okay. So just to clear that up in my mind, her daughter's kids go to school with
Her little sister, yes.
their sister. So
Or
basically go
their
with
aunt. Yeah, pretty much.
I was just trying to clear that in my mind. And so they all go to the same elementary school?
Yes.
Okay. That's what it is.
No further questions, Your Honor. May this witness be excused?
Yes. Our next witness.
Do I just get...
Judge, our next witness will be Judge Vasquez.
You're going to rest after Judge Vasquez?
Yes, sir. We may have the auditor come up and get records that they won't let me get in right now. But that will be just under the record.
Why don't we take a brief recess and see if the auditor can make it down here right now?
Okay.
name's Leo Escalera, the Bexar County Auditor.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Caldera, if I could just have you look at defense 40, 41, and 42 for identification purposes. Can you tell me if you, I guess, recognize the type of documents those are?
Yes, these are quarterly cash count forms that our internal auditors perform.
And are you one of the custodian of records for those documents?
Yes, I am.
And are those documents made at or near the time of the event in question?
Yes, on the date here is the date that the internal auditor performed the cash count.
And is it the regular practice of your office to keep records such as 40, 41, and 42?
Yes.
And are they made or transmitted or kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, by statute, we perform quarterly cash counts on all county departments and offices that collect cash.
And are they made and transmitted by a person with knowledge of the events?
Yes.
Your Honor, defense offers 40, 41, and 42.
Can I take the witness on where I is back? When these forms are utilized by your internal auditors to conduct the audit, is it also associated with an audit form?
In this particular case, the cash counts, this serves as an audit form.
Okay, and other forms of audits take place as well?
Yes, if we do like actual individual audits, but these are more regular basis. So these are what we consider audits, but they're cash count audits.
And in these audits, how often are they conducted?
Quarterly.
And are they surprise or are they scheduled?
Surprise.
And what kind of original source documentation is utilized to do these audits?
Just those forms themselves are source documents.
And do they attach, is it a sampling?
No, so every cash box or till for that particular office or department, any checks coming in, the internal auditors are instructed to actually perform a cash count.
And any documents utilized that day to record the receipts are attached to these as well?
Yes, on those particular records, anything, if there's, I believe there were some check logs on some of them that were attached, they all pertain to that specific cash count.
Noted. Defense 40, 41, and 42 are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll pass it.
Any questions on cross?
Yes, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I want to show you that's marked as State's Exhibit 138. When the defense subpoenaed the records where those exhibits that were just admitted were produced, this is actually what they received. I got a copy. And it's marked as State's Exhibit 138. Could I have you just look through that to see if those are consistent with your records as custodian of records?
Yes, that appears to be all the documents associated with it.
So these would be the records kept in the ordinary course of business of the
Yes.
auditor, and you are the custodian of records?
Yes, I am.
State would move to admit State's Exhibit 138.
No objection, 138.
138, is that better?
Just for purposes of the record, I just put these together in an Adobe file and it said 143 pages. When an audit is done at any of the Bexar County entities, and I would gather as the county auditor, you have purview over all Bexar County entities?
Yes, I do.
And audits are conducted in all of them, I assume?
Yes.
Okay. So when an audit is done, whether it's, you said these were unscheduled quarterly audits. I'm going to show you what's marked as States Exhibit 138. I'm going to direct your attention to page 4. There's a different form on top of this one. Why is this different than the first page?
In this particular case, I instructed the audit director just because, from my understanding, there's possible issues going on within that department or office. I just wanted, even though it's a regular course of business, I wanted to make sure that everything was expressed in more detail than usual in this particular case. But everything that's conducted here is in the same form or fashion. It's just it's just noted a little bit differently in the write-up.
More of a narrative?
Yes, exactly.
All right. I want to direct your attention to the same exhibit, page number 16. And I noted on the bottom there's a notes and comments section.
Mm-hmm.
This one in particular, could you read what it says?
Recommended to have park staff sign off on a document ensuring the transfer of funds.
Do you have a recollection of what that means? I might be able to help you by showing you some of the pages attached, unless you remember.
Yes, quite a bit of documents several months ago, but typically on the notes comments, if there's anything like out of the ordinary or something, there may not be sufficient documentation. They'll actually have the person or staff member attest to it in another document or sign off saying, hey, we transferred it, even though there might not be documentation showing that.
I see. So in this particular instance, it's referring to Rodriguez Park receipts. So if I were to just flip through and show you a document called the cash log, and that says received by, is that sort of what you're talking about?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. And so the best case that you're recommending here is that the individual who receives the funds is the one who should be signing for this?
Exactly. Like in that particular case, for instance, on the received by on this log, they didn't put their name. They just put like a void where they signed off. So it appears to me the internal auditor is asking for additional signature from the staff, indicating that that is a true statement of what occurred for that particular cash count.
I see. So let me flip through here and see if this is a more complete version. There's a lot of cash logs attached. So this one that's marked as page 42, is this more in line with the individual's signature as having received the funds? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, and so...
Because according to this log right here, received by, it should be signed off by each individual officer or deputy or whoever accepted the cash. But as you can see in some cases, it just says constable or there's no signature on there.
So you would really prefer to see the actual signature of the person receiving the funds?
Yes.
And would there be any reason to discontinue that practice?
No.
Has your office ever considered just having everything go through your office? Or is there any other office in the county that you can think of where employees handle cash and like distribute it within each other? Like for example, the deputy who worked the park
Yes.
got the money somehow from an employee at the constable's office, right? Is there another office that handles it that way?
No, it seems like for those constables' offices, that's pretty much how it happens. And it varies by department or office, but it would have to be, usually we look at like staffing. Is it cost beneficial to actually have another staff member from another office or department to be there for those collections? So we typically, even though they're typical cash counts, we will lots of times consider those criteria for those particular offices or departments, and sometimes we do make recommendations.
But did I understand you correctly, that practice is still going on in the constable offices for their county?
Yes, so it's in that particular document that I saw, like that law, it appeared to be different deputies or even admin people that were collecting that, and that's really as a control. It should be whoever took in any type of cash or that amount should have it on that log, so it's identified whoever took in that amount of money.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you for coming on short notice.
Did you want to look at this?
Yes, thank you. All right, so if I understand you correctly, you're going to rest tomorrow after the judge, Judge Vasquez.
Yes, sir.
No more witnesses.
No,
And you are prepared to do your closing tomorrow?
Yes, sir.
Both sides?
Yeah.
Okay, so why don't we plan on doing testimony in the morning? We can start at 9. We'll take a brief recess so that you can get ready for your closings. We'll do closing 30 minutes each tomorrow morning as well. And then after the lunch break, I anticipate I'll be ready for sentencing.
Yes, sir. I'll admit to say, I don't know if they're going to do a rebuttal. If they are, we may have a couple minutes.
Do you have any rebuttal?
I don't anticipate, we discussed that, but
We don't anticipate any rebuttal.
Okay. Then we won't have any more witnesses.
Okay, all right. Well, then we're going to stand in recess. We'll see you tomorrow at 9.
And I just remembered, Judge, that one of the exhibits that we entered was a statement from a press conference, and I needed to give the court a redacted version because it was the court only admitted her statements and not the statements of Mark Garcia or the other deputies involved. So I do need to get that to you.
Yeah. Let me just double check. We're not talking about 114, are we? Because I have 114 and 114A is supposed to be the redacted. There's a KSAT broadcast from 6/24/19, a News 4, and a press conference.
Yes, the News
And then
4.
there's 118A. Is that supposed to be the redacted?
Correct.
118A?
Correct.
Okay. Yes, I don't have 118A admitted.
Okay. So I need to
Before
get.
the close of the evidence, we need to admit that.
Okay.
We discussed it.
Okay.
Can I see that list?
118A.
Make sure I'm not.
It's my notes, sorry.
Yes. Yes, 118A. Okay. I'll make sure I get that.